Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the heart of the Whispering Realm, where magic flowed like rivers and secrets hung heavy in the air, the Crystal Forest stood as a testament to nature's arcane beauty. Its trees, with bark of shimmering quartz and leaves of translucent emerald, cast prismatic shadows on the forest floor. It was here, in a hidden glade bathed in ethereal light, young Lyra's destiny began to unfold. Lyra, an apprentice alchemist with eyes the color of autumn leaves and hair as white as moonlight, knelt beside a bubbling spring. Her slender fingers danced over an array of vials and herbs spread before her on a makeshift altar of moss-covered stone. The air thrummed with potential as she worked, her brow furrowed in concentration. Just one more drop, she whispered, carefully tilting a crystal phial. A single bead of golden liquid fell into her mortar, and the mixture within erupted in a dazzling display of sparks and swirling mist. Lyra's heart raced as she realized what she had created. The ancient scrolls in her master's library had hinted at its existence, but for centuries, it had remained a myth, the elixir of universal remedy, capable of curing any ailment known to mortals or magical beings alike. As she corked the precious concoction, a distant scream shattered the forest's tranquility. Lyra sprang to her feet, the elixir clutched to her chest. Through the crystal trunks, she saw a figure stumbling towards her, arms outstretched in desperation. "Help!" the man cried, his voice ragged. "Please, someone help me." Lyra rushed forward, but stopped short as the man stepped into a shaft of sunlight. His skin glittered unnaturally, and before her horrified eyes, it began to crystallize. The transformation spread rapidly, turning flesh to faceted stone. In mere moments, where once stood a living, breathing person, there was now only a perfectly formed crystal statue, face frozen in a mask of terror. The young alchemist's mind reeled. This was no ordinary affliction. This was the beginning of something far more sinister. With trembling hands, she uncorked her newly created elixir and poured a few drops onto the statue's outstretched hand. For a breathless moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like tinkling chimes, the crystal began to recede. Color and life flowed back into the man's form, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. "Thank you," he wheezed, looking up at Lyra with tear-filled eyes. "The others. You must help them. The city. Everyone." Lyra's blood ran cold. "What do you mean, everyone?" The man's words painted a grim picture. A mysterious plague had swept through the nearby city of Lumina, turning its inhabitants to crystal one by one. The streets were filled with statues, their faces locked in expressions of fear and anguish. Those who could still move were fleeing in panic, but the affliction seemed to follow them, striking without warning or mercy. With a heavy heart, Lyra knew what she had to do. Her elixir could cure the victims, but she had only a small amount. To save the kingdom, she would need to recreate it on a massive scale, and for that, she needed rare ingredients scattered across the most dangerous corners of the realm. Gathering her courage and what supplies she could carry, Lyra set out from the Crystal Forest. The path ahead was treacherous, winding through lands both wondrous and perilous. Her first destination was the Obsidian Peaks, where grew the Midnight Bloom, a flower that only opened its petals in the darkest hour of the night. As Lyra climbed the jagged slopes, the air grew thin and cold. Shadows seemed to move of their own accord, and eerie whispers echoed from hidden crevices. It was here, clinging to a precarious ledge as she reached for a single ebony blossom, that Lyra first encountered Thorn. He materialized from the darkness like a living shadow, his face hidden beneath a hood of midnight blue. With lightning speed, he snatched the midnight blue mere inches from Lyra's fingertips. "I'll be taking that," he growled, voice rough as gravel. "Do you have any idea how much this is worth to the right buyer?" Lyra's eyes narrowed. "That flower is the key to saving countless lives," she declared, standing her ground despite the dizzying drop behind her. "I won't let you sell it to line your own pockets." Thorn laughed mirthlessly. "Noble words, little alchemist. But in this world, it's every man for himself." He turned to leave, but suddenly froze, a strangled gasp escaping his lips. Before Lyra's astonished eyes, tendrils of crystal began to creep across Thorn's exposed hand. The plague had reached even this remote peak. Acting on instinct, she lunged forward, uncorking her precious elixir and letting a single drop fall onto Thorn's afflicted skin. The crystal receded, leaving Thorn staring at his hand in disbelief. What did you do?" Lyra explained her mission, the urgency of her quest, and the horrors befalling the kingdom. As she spoke, she saw something change in Thorn's eyes, a flicker of long-buried compassion rekindling. "I've been cursed," he admitted quietly, "doomed to live as a shadow, never able to step into the light. But your elixir, it held the curse at bay, if only for a moment." He held out the midnight bloom. "Perhaps there is hope for me yet. I will help you, alchemist. My skills as a hunter may prove useful on your journey." And so, an unlikely alliance was formed. Together, Lyra and Thorn traversed the realm, facing untold dangers in their quest for the elixir's ingredients. They braved the Siren's lagoon to harvest tears of the moonfish, outwitted the riddling sphinx of the golden waste to claim a feather from the phoenix of dawn, and delved into the nightmarish caverns of whispers to extract the essence of echo crystals. With each step of their journey, the bond between the idealistic alchemist and the cynical hunter grew stronger. Lyra saw beyond Thorn's gruff exterior to the wounded soul beneath, while Thorn found himself inspired by Lyra's unwavering determination and compassion. But as they neared the final ingredient, the heart of a star fallen to earth, a new threat emerged. Whispers reached them of Malekith, the kingdom's archmage, who had sealed himself within his tower as the plague ravaged the land. Some claimed he was working tirelessly on a cure, while others whispered darker rumors that Malekith himself had unleashed the plague in a bid for power. As Lyra and Thorn approached the celestial crater where the fallen star lay, they found their path blocked by Malekith's elite guard. A fierce battle ensued, with Thorn's shadow-enhanced combat skills and Lyra's alchemical concoctions barely keeping them alive against the onslaught of magically empowered warriors. In the heat of battle, Thorn took a grievous wound, protecting Lyra from a surprise attack. As he lay bleeding, the curse that bound him began to unravel. Lyra watched in awe as Thorn's shadowy form solidified, revealing a man of flesh and blood once more. "Why?" Lyra asked, cradling Thorn's head as she applied healing salves to his wound. "Why risk yourself for me?" Thorn managed a weak smile. "Because you showed me that there's still good in this world worth fighting for." With renewed determination, they claimed the star's heart and raced back to the capital. The once gleaming spires of Lumina now stood as a forest of crystal, its streets eerily silent save for the occasional crack of another victim succumbing to the plague. At the center of the city rose Malekith's tower, a twisting spire of obsidian and silver. As Lyra and Thorn fought their way through the magically warded doors, they discovered a truth more horrifying than they could have imagined. Malekith, his form half consumed by living crystal, stood before a swirling vortex of arcane energy. The plague was no natural disaster, but a calculated ritual. The Archmage sought to draw the life force from every soul in the kingdom, using the crystal as a conduit to achieve godlike power. "Fools!" Malekith's voice boomed, distorted by the crystal consuming him. "You cannot stop what has already begun. This realm will be reborn, with me as its eternal sovereign." A titanic battle erupted within the tower's heart. Lyra's alchemical skills were pushed to their limit as she countered Malekith's spells, while Thorn's shadow-forged blades clashed against the Archmage's crystal weapons. The very fabric of reality seemed to warp around them as they fought. In a desperate gambit, Lyra realized the truth. Her elixir alone would not be enough. With Thorn providing cover, she began to modify the ritual circle Malekith had created. If she could invert the flow of energy, plague itself could be turned into the cure. As the battle reached its climax, Lyra completed her work. The vortex of power reversed, and a wave of golden light exploded outward from the tower. Throughout the city, throughout the entire kingdom, crystal statues cracked and crumbled, revealing the living beings within. Malekith howled in anguish as his power was stripped away, the crystal that had nearly consumed him shattering to reveal a frail, withered man. As the city guard rushed in to apprehend the fallen archmage, Lyra and Thorn stood hand in hand, marveling at the sight of a kingdom reborn. In the days that followed, tales of the brave alchemist and her shadow-cursed companion spread throughout the land. Lyra's mastery of the healing arts made her a legend, while Thorn found redemption and purpose as her protector and partner. And though challenges would always arise, though darkness would always seek to encroach upon the light, people of the realm could rest easy knowing that there were heroes among them, ordinary individuals capable of extraordinary courage, ready to face whatever threats might come with compassion, ingenuity, and unwavering hope. For in a world of magic and wonder, it is not power that defines a true hero, but the choices they make and the lives they touch along the way. Lyra and Thorn's journey was but the beginning of a new chapter in the grand tapestry of the Whispering Realm, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, a single spark of courage can ignite a blaze of hope that will light the way for generations to come. Story 2. In the ancient realm of Ethoria, where magic wove through the very fabric of reality, the air itself seemed to tremble with foreboding. Atop the tallest spire of the celestial observatory, the venerable archsage Thaddeus gazed into the swirling mists of his orb of prophecy, his weathered face etched with lines of worry. For centuries, the seven kingdoms had known peace, but now a darkness long forgotten stirred in the depths of the world. As the first rays of dawn kissed the horizon, a great rumbling shook the land. Mountains quaked, forests swayed, and the seas churned with unnatural fury. In that moment, every magic user in the realm felt a surge of primordial power course through their veins, a force both terrifying and exhilarating. Thaddeus's eyes widened in horror as the mists in his orb parted to reveal a sight he had prayed never to witness. "Azoth," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "The Dragon King awakens." In the bustling market town of Verdant Grove, nestled at the foot of the Whispering Mountains, a young woman named Lauen felt the tremors shake the foundations of her modest apothecary shop. Vials clinked and jars rattled on their shelves as she steadied herself against a worn wooden counter. Her emerald eyes, flecked with gold, widened as she sensed the shift in the magical currents that flowed through the land. Lauen was no ordinary herbalist. Descended from a long line of hedge witches and potion masters, she possessed an innate connection to the natural world and its hidden magics. As the tremors subsided, she found herself drawn to a dusty tome hidden beneath a loose floorboard, her grandmother's grimoire, filled with ancient lore and long-forgotten recipes. With trembling hands, Lauen opened the book, its pages seeming to turn of their own accord. They settled on an illustration of a majestic dragon wreathed in ethereal flames, its scales shimmering with an otherworldly light. Beside it was the image of a sword, its blade clear as ice and etched with runes of power. "The Sword of Winter's Heart," Lauen read aloud, her voice hushed with awe. "Forged in the breath of the north wind and tempered in the tears of the moon, it alone holds the power to quell the fires of the Dragon King." As she pored over the ancient text, the door to her shop burst open. A man stumbled in, his clothes singed and his face streaked with soot. "The mountains," he gasped. "They burn. A great dragon rises from the peaks, its fire like nothing of this world." Lauen's heart raced as she realized the gravity of the situation. The legends were true. Azoth, the Dragon King, had awakened from his millennial slumber. If the prophecies were to be believed, his ethereal flame would soon engulf the seven kingdoms, reducing all to ash unless he was stopped. With determination burning in her eyes, Lauen gathered her supplies. She knew what she had to do. The Sword of Winter's Heart was no mere legend. it could be forged anew. But to do so would require ingredients of immense magical potency, scattered across the most treacherous corners of the realm. As Alaun prepared to embark on her perilous quest, fate intervened in the form of a hooded stranger. He moved with the grace of a predator, his piercing blue eyes holding secrets and sorrow in equal measure. "You'll need more than herbs and determination to face what lies ahead," the stranger said, his voice low and tinged with a foreign accent. Alaun studied him warily. "And I suppose you're offering your help? Who are you?" The man lowered his hood, revealing a face that might once have been handsome, now marred by a jagged scar running from temple to jaw. "I am Kai, once crown prince of the Frost Realm. Now, merely a man seeking redemption." Recognition dawned on Alaun. The exiled prince, whose name had become synonymous with treachery and dark magic. Yet as she met his gaze, she saw not malevolence, but a flicker of hope long thought extinguished. "Very well, Prince Kai," Alaun said, shouldering her pack. "But know this, at the first sign of betrayal, you'll find my concoctions far less pleasant than any dragon's fire." And so, an unlikely alliance was forged. Alaun, the gifted apothecary with an ancestral legacy, and Kai, the fallen prince seeking to right the wrongs of his past. Together, they set out from Verdant Grove, their path illuminated by the ominous glow of distant fire-capped mountain. Their journey took them through lands both wondrous and perilous. In the depths of the whispering woods, they harvested moonflowers that bloomed only in the light of the full moon, their petals needed to temper the sword's blade. Alaun's knowledge of herb lore proved invaluable, allowing them to navigate the forest's dangers and win the favor of its enigmatic guardians. As they traveled, Kai slowly revealed the tale of his exile. Once heir to the Frost Realm, he had been seduced by promises of even greater power. His ambition led him to dabble in forbidden magics, nearly unleashing a force that would have plunged the world into eternal winter. Banished by his own father, Kai had wandered the realm for years, haunted by his misdeeds and searching for a way to make amends. Alaun found herself drawn to the complexity of Kai's character, seeing beyond the mask of cynicism to the wounded soul beneath. In turn, Kai marveled at Alaun's unwavering compassion and determination, qualities he had long thought lost to the world. Their next challenge lay in the swamps of sorrow, where they sought the tears of a banshee, said to possess the power to imbue metal with unbreakable resilience. Here, Kai's mastery of frost magic proved crucial, allowing them to traverse the treacherous bog and confront the wailing spirit. As they delved deeper into their quest, signs of Azith's growing power became impossible to ignore. Villages lay in smoldering ruins. Refugees spoke of shadow-wreathed dragons patrolling the skies, and an oppressive heat seemed to press down upon the land. Their final destination loomed before them, the peaks of eternity, where the north wind itself was said to dwell. It was here that the sword of winter's heart would be forged, if they could survive the ascent. The climb was grueling, testing both their physical endurance and the strength of their newfound bond. Blizzards raged around them, and more than once, they nearly lost their way in the whiteout conditions. But Alaun's determination never wavered, and Kai's growing faith in their mission gave him strength he never knew he possessed. At last, they reached the summit, a plateau of pristine ice and snow untouched by mortal feet for millennia. Here, in a cave of crystalline beauty, they found an ancient forge and the slumbering spirit of the north wind. As Alaun prepared the magical components for the forging, Kai faced his greatest test. To awaken the north wind and harness its power for the sword, he would need to confront the darkest aspects of his past and prove himself worthy. In a trial of spirit and will, Kai relived his greatest failures and temptations. He faced shadowy versions of himself, each offering the power he had once craved. But with every rejection, with every choice to stand firm in the light, Kai felt the weight of his past lifting. With a sound like the breaking of a glacier, the north wind awoke. Its voice, ancient and terrible, filled the cavern. "You have proven yourselves worthy," it intoned. "Now, forge the blade that will decide the fate of all." Under the wind's guidance, Alaun and Kai worked in perfect harmony. Alaun's alchemical mastery combined the magical ingredients, while Kai's renewed connection to his frost magic helped shape the blade. As the final strike fell upon the anvil, A blinding light filled the cave. When it faded, the sword of Winter's heart lay before them, its blade clear as the purest ice, yet harder than diamond. Runes of power flickered along its length, and the air around it seemed to shimmer with barely contained energy. But there was no time to marvel at their creation. A piercing roar split the sky, and the mountain shook beneath their feet. Azoth, in all his terrifying majesty, descended upon the peaks of eternity. The Dragon King was a sight to behold, scales of midnight blue that seemed to absorb light, eyes that burned with the fury of 1,000 suns, and wings that blotted out the sky. His ethereal flame, a searing blue-white inferno, melted the very stone of the mountain as he landed. Foolish mortals, Azoth's voice boomed, shaking the air itself. You dare to challenge me with your trinkets and parlor tricks? I am eternal. I am power incarnate. Balawan stood firm, the sword of Winter's heart gleaming in her grasp. Kai stood beside her, frost gathering around his clenched fists. In that moment, facing the embodiment of destruction, they found strength in each other and the journey that had brought them there. What followed was a battle of legend, one that would be sung of for generations to come. As its flame clashed against the sword's icy brilliance, each strike sending shockwaves across the mountaintop, Kai wove intricate spells of frost and shadow, distracting the great dragon and creating openings for Alawan to strike. As the battle raged, Alawan began to sense something beneath Azith's fury, a profound sadness, a loneliness that had festered over millennia of slumber. With sudden clarity, she realized that the Dragon King was as much a victim of circumstance as a villain. In a moment that would change the course of history, Alawan lowered her sword. Azoth, she called out, her voice carrying over the din of battle. It doesn't have to end this way. Your power need not bring only destruction. Join us. Help us build a world where magic and nature exist in harmony. The Dragon King hesitated, confusion flickering in his ancient eyes. It was in this moment of vulnerability that the true power of the Sword of Winter's heart revealed itself, not as a weapon of destruction, but as a catalyst for transformation. A pulse of energy erupted from the blade, enveloping Azoth in a cocoon of swirling ice and light. When it faded, the Dragon King stood changed. His form was smaller, more akin to the dragons of old legend, and his eyes now held wisdom tempered by compassion. For eons, I dreamed of flame and ruin. Azoth spoke, his voice no longer shaking the mountain. But in your courage and unity, I see a different path. Perhaps it is time for a new age, one where even beings such as I can find purpose beyond destruction. As the sun rose on a new day, word spread across the 7 kingdoms of the miracle atop the peaks of eternity. Alawan and Kai descended as heroes, but more important, as individuals forever changed by their journey. In the years that followed, a new era of peace and magical renaissance blossomed. Azoth, once the harbinger of doom, became a guardian and teacher, sharing the wisdom of ages past. Alawan's Apothecary grew into a school of magical healing, while Kai found redemption as a protector of the realm he had once nearly destroyed. And on quiet evenings, when the stars shone bright and the world was at peace, Alawan and Kai would look to the mountains, remembering the adventure that had brought them together and changed the fate of the world. For in their story lay a truth as old as time itself, that even in the darkest of hours, hope and love have the power to forge legends and reshape destiny. Story 3. High above the rolling clouds, where the air shimmered with arcane energy and the sky stretched endlessly in all directions, the floating city of Ethoria hung like a jewel suspended in the heavens. Its gleaming spires and graceful arches defied gravity, a testament to the extraordinary power of alchemy that kept this marvel aloft. As the first light of dawn painted the clouds in hues of gold and rose, Zephyr crouched on a narrow ledge overlooking the Grand Bazaar. His lithe form was barely visible against the weathered stone, eyes the color of storm clouds scanning the awakening city below. The young thief's fingers absently toyed with a small vial hanging from a chain around his neck, a good luck charm filled with swirling mist, a reminder of the gift that set him apart. For Zephyr possessed a rare and coveted ability, the power to manipulate the very winds that caressed Ethoria's lofty perch. It was a talent that had saved his life more times than he cared to count, allowing him to slip through the fingers of the alchemist's guard and dance across rooftops as if gravity were merely a suggestion. With a deep breath, Zephyr prepared for his most daring heist yet. The target, a shipment of rare crystals bound for the Alchemists Guild, the secretive organization that ruled Ethoria with an iron fist. Their elixirs kept the city floating, but at a steep price, one that left the common folk struggling to scrape by while the elite lived in opulence. As Zephyr made his way through the waking city, weaving through narrow alleys and leaping across gaps between buildings, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The air felt heavier than usual, charged with an unfamiliar tension. Even the ever-present hum of the great engines that powered Ethoria's flight seemed muted, as if holding its breath in anticipation. Reaching the docks where skyships moored to offload their precious cargo, Zephyr spotted his prize, a heavily guarded crate, being transferred to a gilded carriage. With a whispered incantation, he called upon the winds, feeling them respond to his will. They lifted him gently, carrying him silently across the open space to land atop the carriage just as it began to move. But as Zephyr prepared to make his move, a commotion erupted nearby. Cries of alarm rang out, followed by the sound of shattering glass. To his horror, Zephyr watched as one of the dock workers began to float upwards, limbs flailing in panic. Others soon followed, their tethers to the ground seemingly severed by an invisible force. Chaos engulfed the docks as more and more people found themselves helplessly drifting skyward. Zephyr's mind raced, piecing together the implications. The sustaining elixir, something had gone terribly wrong with the alchemical mixture that kept Ethoria's citizens grounded in the floating city. Abandoning his planned heist, Zephyr leapt into action. Using his wind manipulation, he guided the floating citizens back to solid ground, all while dodging the panicked crowds and increasingly erratic bursts of uncontrolled alchemy that sparked through the air. As he worked to save as many as he could, a voice cut through the cacophony. "You there, wind caller." Zephyr turned to see a woman with hair the color of burnished copper and eyes that sparked with intelligence. She wore the robes of an alchemist, but they were singed and torn, a far cry from the immaculate appearance usually maintained by the guild. "I am Nyx," she said, her voice urgent, former apprentice to the arch-alchemist himself. "I need your help. Ethoria is in grave danger, and you may be the only one who can save it." Zephyr hesitated, years of distrust for authority warring with the undeniable crisis unfolding around them. "Why should I trust you?" he demanded. Nyx's eyes flashed with determination. "Because if we don't act now, this city will fall from the sky, taking everyone with it. I've uncovered a plot within the Gilda conspiracy to bring Ethoria crashing down. They've sabotaged the sustaining elixirs, and this is only the beginning." The gravity of the situation hit Zephyr like a physical blow. He thought of the countless innocent lives at stake, the children he'd watched playing in the parks, the kind-hearted baker who sometimes slipped him an extra loaf, the elderly couple who fed the sky birds from their balcony every morning. With a nod, Zephyr extended his hand to Nyx. "I'm in. What's the plan?" Together, the unlikely pair raced through the increasingly unstable city. Nyx explained that they needed to reach the heart of Ethoria, the great alchemical engine that powered the floating metropolis. Only there could they hope to counteract the sabotage and stabilize the city's flight. Their journey was fraught with peril. Streets buckled and shifted as the city's enchantments faltered. Bursts of wild magic erupted randomly, transforming cobblestones into flowers one moment and crystalline structures the next. All the while, the sensation of falling implacable and terrifying grew stronger. Zephyr's mastery of the winds proved invaluable, allowing them to navigate the treacherous landscape and rescue citizens in distress along the way. Nyx's alchemical knowledge helped them bypass magical barriers and decode the increasingly erratic behavior of the city's systems. As they delved deeper into Ethoria's infrastructure, Nyx revealed more of what she had uncovered. A faction within the Alchemists Guild, led by her former mentor, sought to crash the city onto a mysterious island said to house an artifact of immense power. They believed this artifact could grant them control over the very forces of nature, but the cost would be the destruction of Ethoria and the deaths of countless innocents. Reaching the central spire that housed the alchemical engine, Zephyr and Nyx found themselves face to face with the conspirators. A fierce battle ensued, with Zephyr's wind magic clashing against corrupted alchemical constructs, while Nyx worked frantically to undo the sabotage. In the heat of combat, Zephyr made a startling discovery. His ability to manipulate wind was more than just a useful talent. It was intrinsically linked to the very magic that kept Ethoria aloft. As he fought, he felt a deep connection to the city itself, as if its vast network of enchantments were extensions of his own body. With this realization came a surge of power. Zephyr's eyes glowed with ethereal light as he commanded not just the winds, but the very essence of Ethoria's flight. Conspirators were swept aside, their corrupted creations crumbling to dust. Nyx, seeing the transformation in her newfound ally, redoubled her efforts at the engine's controls. "Zephyr," she called out, "I need you to channel your power into the engine. You're the key, the living embodiment of Ethoria's spirit." Understanding dawned on Zephyr. This was why he had always felt so at home in the sky, why the winds had always answered his call. He was bound to Ethoria in ways he had never imagined. As Nyx completed the alchemical adjustments, Zephyr placed his hands on the pulsing core of the engine. He closed his eyes, reaching deep within himself to touch the wellspring of power that had always been there, waiting to be fully awakened. A blinding light erupted from the engine, spreading outward in a wave of pure, stabilizing energy. Throughout Ethoria, citizens felt their connection to the ground reassert itself. The wild fluctuations of magic calmed, and the city's downward plummet gradually slowed until it once again floated serenely among the clouds. In the aftermath of their victory, as the alchemist's guard rounded up the remaining conspirators, Zephyr and Nyx stood on a balcony overlooking the recovering city. The sun was setting, painting the sky in breathtaking shades of orange and purple, a sight Zephyr had seen 1,000 times before, but never quite like this. "So," Nyx said, a hint of amusement in her voice, "it turns out the notorious wind thief is actually the living heart of Ethoria. How does it feel?" Zephyr chuckled, still coming to terms with the magnitude of what had transpired. "Honestly, overwhelming. I've spent my whole life thinking I was an outsider, and now, you're the most important person in the city," Nyx finished for him. "But don't let it go to your head. We've got a lot of work to do." Zephyr raised an eyebrow. "We?" Nyx smiled, her eyes twinkling with the promise of adventure. "Well, someone needs to help you figure out your new responsibilities. And with the guild in chaos, Ethoria is going to need new leadership that understands both the common folk and the complexities of alchemy." As they looked out over the city they had saved, Zephyr felt a sense of purpose he had never known before. The winds whispered around him, carrying the hopes and dreams of every soul in Ethoria. He had started the day as a thief and ended it as a guardian, protector, and perhaps something even greater. "All right then," Zephyr said, a grin spreading across his face. "Let's see where the winds take us." And so began a new chapter in the history of Ethoria, the majestic city in the sky. With Zephyr's innate connection to the city's magic and Nyx's brilliant mind, they would usher in an era of reform and innovation. The floating metropolis would face many challenges in the years to come, but it would meet them with the resilience of its people and the unbreakable spirit of the winds that had always been its true source of flight. For in Ethoria, as in life, the greatest adventures often begin when we discover the extraordinary power that lies within ourselves and the strength we find in unexpected friendships forged in the crucible of adversity. Story 4. In the ethereal realm of Lumina, where light danced on every surface and magic whispered through the air, an ancient darkness stirred. The kingdom of radiance, long a beacon of hope and prosperity, found itself plunged into an unnatural twilight. As the first tendrils of shadow crept across the land, citizens watched in horror as their loved ones transformed into living silhouettes, their essence seemingly devoured by the encroaching gloom. Queen Seraphina, resplendent in her crown of starlight, gazed out from the crystal spire with eyes filled with sorrow and determination. Her voice, though heavy with the weight of her kingdom's fate, rang clear as she addressed her assembled council. "The shadow curse has awakened," she declared, her words causing a ripple of fear through the gathered nobles and mages. We must act swiftly if we are to save our people from this creeping oblivion. As the council erupted into frantic debate, Seraphina's gaze fell upon a figure standing quietly in the corner of the chamber. Ash, a disgraced alchemist whose unorthodox methods had once scandalized the royal court, met the queen's eyes with a mixture of trepidation and curiosity. Ash, Seraphina called, silencing the room. Your expertise in forbidden alchemies may be our only hope. I task you with finding a cure for this curse. No matter the cost. Ash stepped forward, his weathered face a map of past failures and hard-won wisdom. Your Majesty, he said, bowing low, I am honored by your trust. But this task, it may require ingredients long lost to myth and legend. Seraphina nodded gravely. Then you shall have whatever resources you need to recover them. The fate of Lumina rests in your hands. As Ash left the crystal spire, his mind already racing with possibilities and half-remembered lore, he found himself accosted by a whirlwind of flame and shadow. A young woman materialized before him, her hair a cascade of living embers and her eyes glinting with mischief and danger. So, you're the washed-up alchemist they're pinning their hopes on, she said, circling Ash with predatory grace. Interesting choice. Ash raised an eyebrow, unimpressed by the display. And you are? The woman grinned, flames dancing between her fingertips. Name's Ember, thief, troublemaker, and master of fire magic. Word on the street is you're about to embark on a perilous quest. Thought you might need someone with my particular set of skills. Ash considered the offer, weighing the risks against the potential benefits. Ember's control over fire could indeed prove invaluable, and her shadowy nature might grant insights into the curse itself. With a resigned sigh, he nodded. Very well. But know this one wrong move, one hint of betrayal, and I'll personally ensure you spend the rest of your days as a toad in the royal gardens. Ember's laughter echoed through the darkening streets as the unlikely pair set off on their quest to save Lumina. Their journey took them to the farthest reaches of the realm and beyond. In the Whispering Woods, where ancient trees held the memories of ages past, they sought the tears of the dryad crystallized droplets of pure life essence. Ash's knowledge of botanical alchemy allowed them to navigate the sentient forest's tricks and traps, while Ember's fire kept hungry shadow beasts at bay. Deep within the caverns of echoing souls, they delved into lightless depths in search of the resonance crystal, said to hold the harmonies of creation itself. Here, Ember's ability to conjure witchlight proved invaluable, illuminating paths unseen for millennia. Ash's steady hand and keen mind solved riddles left by long-dead sorcerers, unlocking chambers filled with both wonders and horrors. As they traveled, the bond between the disgraced alchemist and the fiery thief grew. Ember slowly revealed fragments of her mysterious past, a childhood spent in the shadow of a tyrannical fire mage, her discovery of her own powers, and her flight from a destiny she refused to accept. Ash, in turn, shared the story of his fall from grace, of experiments pushed too far in the pursuit of knowledge, and the bitter lesson that not all truths were meant to be uncovered. Their final destination loomed before them, the Void Citadel, a fortress of impossible geometry that stood at the very edge of reality. It was here, legend said, that the Aurora Elixir could be brewed, the only substance capable of dispersing the Shadow Curse. As they approached the Citadel's gates, a figure materialized from the swirling darkness. Tall and imposing, clad in armor that seemed to devour light, the being radiated an aura of ancient power and unfathomable sorrow. I am the Shadowmancer, the figure intoned, its voice echoing across realities. Guardian of the veil between light and dark, why do you seek entry to this realm beyond realms? Ash stepped forward, his voice steady despite the fear clutching at his heart. We come seeking the Aurora Elixir to save our kingdom from the shadow curse that threatens to consume it. The Shadowmancer regarded them silently for a long moment. The curse of which you speak is no mere affliction, it said at last. It is the fulfillment of a pact made eons ago, when your ancestors first harnessed the power of light to build their shining kingdom. Ember's eyes widened in shock. What are you saying? That Lumina's very existence is built on some sort of cosmic bargain? All actions have consequences, the Shadowmancer replied. The balance between light and shadow must be maintained. Your kingdom has basked in radiance for too long. Now the scales tipped towards darkness. Ash's mind raced, centuries of alchemical theory and forbidden lore clicking into place. The Aurora elixir, he breathed. It's not just a cure. It's a key to restoring that balance. The Shadowmancer nodded, a hint of approval in its featureless visage. You understand, but know this: brewing the elixir comes at a great cost. Are you prepared to pay it? Ash and Ember exchanged a look, volumes passing between them in that silent moment. Together, they stepped forward. We are, they said in unison. What followed was a trial unlike any they had faced before. In the heart of the Void Citadel, where reality itself seemed to fray at the edges, Ash and Ember worked in perfect harmony. The alchemist's expertise guided the intricate brewing process, while Ember's mastery of fire and shadow provided the catalytic energies needed to bind the impossible ingredients. As the final step approached, the Shadowmancer's words rang true. The elixir required a sacrifice, a willing embrace of the very shadows they sought to dispel. Ash, his hands steady even as fear threatened to overwhelm him, prepared to offer himself to the swirling vortex of darkness. But Ember, her eyes gleaming with a mix of mischief and determination, beat him to it. Oh no, you don't, old man, she said with a wink. You've got a kingdom to save. Besides, the shadows and I are old friends. Before Ash could protest, Ember stepped into the vortex. For a heart-stopping moment, it seemed as though she would be consumed entirely. But then, incredibly, flames erupted from within the darkness. Ember emerged, transformed, her hair a crown of shadow and flame, her eyes holding the depth of infinite night sky and the spark of newborn stars. Well, she said, her voice echoing with newfound power, that was certainly an experience. With the sacrifice accepted and the elixir complete, Ash and Ember raced back to Lumina. They found the kingdom teetering on the brink of oblivion, the shadow curse having spread to every corner of the realm. Queen Seraphina, her own form wavering between light and darkness, greeted them with desperate hope. The distribution of the Aurora elixir was a sight to behold. As each drop touched the afflicted, light and shadow swirled and merged, restoring balance to each individual. The curse lifted, revealing a kingdom forever changed, but no longer in danger of being consumed. In the days that followed, as Lumina adjusted to its new reality of light and shadow in harmony, Ash found himself hailed as a hero, a far cry from the disgraced alchemist he had once been. Ember, her new nature, a living embodiment of the balance they had restored, became an advisor to the throne, her unique perspective invaluable in navigating the challenges ahead. As for the Shadowmancer, it retreated once more to the Void Citadel, but not before leaving Ash and Ember with a cryptic warning. Balance is not an end, but a journey. Be vigilant, for new threats will always arise to challenge the equilibrium you have restored. And so, the kingdom of Lumina entered a new era, one where the interplay of light and shadow was celebrated rather than fear. Ash and Ember, once outcasts, now stood as guardians of this newfound harmony, ready to face whatever challenges the future might hold. For in a world of magic and wonder, they had learned that true power lay not in the dominance of light over darkness, but in the delicate dance between the two, a dance that would continue for as long as there were hearts brave enough to embrace both the radiant and the shadowed aspects of existence. Story 5. High above the clouds, where the air shimmered with arcane energy, and the sun's rays danced upon crystalline spires, the floating city of Ethoria hung like a jewel in the sky. Its gleaming towers and gossamer bridges defied gravity, a testament to the power of the Alchemists' Guild and their mastery over the precious levitation stones that kept the city aloft. In the heart of the lower tiers, where the hum of machinery blended with the whispers of forbidden dreams, young Faye Nightshade toiled in her cramped workshop, her fingers stained with grease and etched with tiny scars, deftly manipulated a device of her own design. Copper wires coiled around a pulsing core of blue energy, a creation that defied the very laws the guild held sacred. Just a little more, Faye murmured, her emerald eyes reflecting the spark of genius that had driven her to this moment. With a final twist of her wrench, The device hummed to life, bathing the workshop in an otherworldly glow. A triumphant smile spread across Faye's face as she beheld her creation. The other engine, as she called it, held the power to generate limitless energy, a feat that would shatter the guild's monopoly on levitation stones and change the fate of Ethoria forever. But triumph turned to terror as a thunderous knock echoed through the workshop. "Open up in the name of the Alchemists Guild," a gruff voice commanded. Faye's heart raced as she quickly wrapped the other engine in a protective cloth and shoved it into her satchel. She knew the consequences of her actions. The guild brooked no challenge to their power. With trembling hands, she pushed open a hidden panel in the wall and slipped into the narrow passage beyond, just as the door to her workshop splintered inward. As Faye navigated the secret tunnels that honeycombed the underbelly of Ethoria, her mind whirled with the implications of her discovery. The levitation stones that powered the city were a finite resource, jealously guarded by the guild. Her other engine could free the people from their dependence, but at what cost? Emerging from a concealed doorway into the bustling sky market, Faye pulled her hood low over her face. The market was a riot of color and sound, with vendors hawking exotic wares from the world below and airship crews bartering for supplies. Faye wove through the crowd, her eyes darting from face to face, searching for a friendly visage in a sea of potential enemies. It was then that she collided with a towering figure, nearly losing her balance. Strong hands steadied her, and Faye found herself looking up into the storm-gray eyes of Cyrus Shadowbane, a former guild guard whose face was etched with the hard lines of a man who had seen too much. "Watch where you're going, lass," Cyrus growled, but his eyes softened as he recognized the fear in Faye's gaze. "You're in trouble, aren't you?" Before Faye could respond, a commotion erupted at the far end of the market. Guild enforcers, their crimson cloaks billowing behind them, pushed through the crowd. "There she is," one shouted, pointing directly at Faye. Without hesitation, Cyrus grabbed Faye's arm and pulled her into a narrow alleyway. "This way," he said, his voice low and urgent. "I know these streets better than those guild lapdogs." As they raced through the winding back alleys of Ethoria, Faye's mind reeled. "Why are you helping me?" she gasped between breaths. Cyrus's face darkened. "Let's just say I've got no love for the guild. They took everything from me, and I've been waiting for a chance to return the favor." Their flight led them to the very edge of the city, where the mists of the sky swirled ominously. Cyrus guided Faye to a dilapidated airship dock, long abandoned and forgotten by most. There, hidden beneath a tattered tarp, lay a small skiff, its sails patched but serviceable. "It's not much," Cyrus said as he worked to prepare the vessel, "but it'll get us away from here." "Now, want to tell me what you did to rile up the guild so badly?" Faye hesitated, then slowly withdrew the other engine from her satchel. As she unwrapped it, the device pulsed with an inner light, casting ethereal patterns across their faces. Cyrus's eyes widened in awe and understanding. "By the sky gods," he whispered, "you've done it, haven't you? You've found a way to break their hold on the levitation stones." Faye nodded solemnly. "But I never imagined they'd react like this. I thought they'd see the potential for good." Cyrus's laugh was bitter. "The guild cares nothing for the greater good, only for maintaining their grip on power. But with this," he gestured to the other engine, "we might have a chance to change everything." As they cast off from the dock, the wind filling their sails with the promise of freedom, Faye felt a mix of exhilaration and dread. They were leaving behind everything she had ever known, venturing into the vast unknown of the world below. Their descent through the cloud layers was treacherous, buffeted by winds and blinded by mist. When they finally emerged, gasping and chilled to the bone, a world of wonder spread out before them. Vast forests stretched to the horizon, punctuated by glittering rivers and snow-capped mountains that put even Ethoria's highest spires to shame. They made landfall in a secluded cove, the skiff's keel grinding against the pebbly shore. As Faye stepped onto solid ground for the first time in her life, she felt a profound sense of connection to the earth beneath her feet. "Welcome to the world below," Cyrus said, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. "It's been years since I've breathed air this pure." In the days that followed, Faye and Cyrus trekked through the wilderness, always alert for signs of pursuit from above. Faye marveled at the diversity of plant and animal life, her inventor's mind buzzing with ideas inspired by nature's designs. It was during a rest by a crystalline stream that Cyrus finally shared his story. He spoke of his time as a guild guard, of the corruption he witnessed and the terrible price he paid for speaking out. His family banished to the world below, lost in the vastness of an unfamiliar realm. "That's why I couldn't stand by and watch them take you," he concluded, his voice thick with emotion. "Your invention, it's not just about energy. It's about hope." Faye reached out, clasping Cyrus's calloused hand in her own. "We'll find them," she promised, "and we'll make things right." Their journey led them to a hidden valley, where the ruins of an ancient civilization lay half buried in the earth. As they explored the crumbling structures, Faye's ether engine began to pulse with increasing intensity. "It's reacting to something," she said, following the device's pull to a sealed chamber deep within the ruins. Together, they managed to open the ancient door, revealing a sight that took their breath away. A vast chamber, illuminated by softly glowing crystals, housed row upon row of machines that hummed with latent power. "It's some kind of power source," Cyrus breathed, his eyes wide with wonder. Faye moved deeper into the chamber, her ether engine resonating with the ancient technology. "Not just a power source," she said, her voice filled with up. "It's the original source. The Alchemists Guild. They didn't create the levitation stone. They found them here and kept the secret for themselves." As they explored further, piecing together the story told by faded murals and inscrutable machinery, a new understanding dawned. The ancient civilization had harnessed the power of the earth itself, creating a harmonious balance between the sky and the ground below. "This changes everything," Faye said, her mind racing with possibilities. "With this knowledge, we can restore the balance. Ethoria doesn't have to remain isolated in the sky. We can create a world where both realms coexist and thrive." Cyrus nodded, a fierce determination in his eyes. "But the guild won't give up their power without a fight. We'll need allies, both above and below." As if an answer to his words, a sound echoed through the chamber, the beat of mighty wings. They rushed outside to find a magnificent sight, a flock of giant eagles, their feathers shimmering with an iridescent light, circling above the valley. Atop the lead eagle sat a figure robed in shimmering green, her silver hair streaming behind her like a comet's tail. As the eagle landed, the woman dismounted with fluid grace. "I am Arya Windsong," she announced, her voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom, guardian of the balance and keeper of the Sky-Earth Covenant. "We have long awaited this day, when the secrets of the past would be rediscovered." Faye and Cyrus exchanged glances of amazement. Arya smiled knowingly. "You carry with you the key to restoring harmony between the realms," she continued, gesturing to the other engine. "But the path ahead is fraught with danger. The Alchemists Guild will not relinquish their power easily." Cyrus stepped forward, his voice firm with resolve. "We're ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. The people of Ethoria deserve to know the truth." Faye nodded in agreement, her hand tightening around the other engine. "And those below deserve the chance to reach for the sky." Arya's eyes shone with approval. "Then let us begin. The eagles will carry us to Ethoria, where we shall confront the guild and unveil the truths they have long suppressed." As they mounted the majestic birds, preparing to soar back to the city in the clouds, Faye felt a surge of determination. The journey ahead would be perilous, filled with battles both physical and ideological. But with the wisdom of the ancients, power of her invention, and the strength of her newfound allies, she knew that they had a chance to reshape the world. As Ethoria appeared on the horizon, no longer a prison, but a promise of a brighter future, Faye realized that her greatest adventure was only just beginning. The floating city gleamed in the sunlight, unaware that its foundations were about to be shaken to the core. With Cyrus at her side and Arya leading the way, Faye steeled herself for the confrontation to come. The fate of two worlds hung in the balance, waiting to be united by the power of innovation, the strength of alliance, and the unbreakable spirit of those who dared to challenge the established order. As they soared towards destiny, the winds of change whispered of a new era dawning for Ethoria, and the world below an era of harmony, discovery, and limitless possibility. Story 6. In the heart of the shattered lands, where magic slumbered beneath centuries of suppression, young Ash Thornwhisper knelt in his family's wheat field, his calloused hands buried in the rich, dark soil. The golden stalk swayed in the breeze, whispering secrets that only he could hear. As the setting sun painted the sky in hues of amber and crimson, Ash closed his eyes, feeling the pulse of life beneath his fingertips. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and before his astonished gaze, tender green shoots erupted from the ground, twining around his wrists like living bracelets. Ash's heart raced with a mixture of wonder and terror. In a land where magic was punishable by death, he had just performed the impossible. The sound of approaching hoofbeats shattered the moment. Ash scrambled to his feet, hastily covering the newly sprouted plants with loose soil. As he straightened, he saw a group of witch hunters cresting the hill, their black cloaks billowing ominously in the twilight. "Hide," whispered the wheat, and without questioning, Ash obeyed. He dove into the sea of golden stalks, his heart pounding as the riders drew near. "We seek the Green Witch," boomed a voice, harsh and unforgiving. "Rumors speak of unnatural growth in these parts. Have you seen anything unusual?" Ash's father, standing tall and proud despite the fear in his eyes, shook his head. "Nothing but honest work and nature's bounty here. Good sirs." The lead hunter's eyes narrowed, scanning the field with suspicion. For a heart-stopping moment, his gaze seemed to linger on Ash's hiding spot. Then, with a grunt of dissatisfaction, he wheeled his mount around. "We'll be watching," he warned as the group galloped away. As night fell, Ash emerged from the wheat field, his mind reeling. He knew he couldn't stay his newfound power, put not only himself, but his entire family at risk. With a heavy heart, he packed a small bag and slipped away under the cover of darkness, the whispers of the plants guiding his steps. For days, Ash traveled through forests and meadows, each step taking him further from the only home he'd ever known. The land seemed to respond to his presence, flowers blooming in his footsteps and vines reaching out to offer him fruit. Yet with each display of magic, the fear of discovery grew. It was on the 7th day of his journey that fate intervened. As Ash rested by a bubbling stream, a figure emerged from the shadows of the ancient trees. Clad in a cloak of shimmering leaves, with eyes that held the wisdom of centuries, stood Ravenna, Moonshadow. "At last," she said, her voice like the rustling of leaves in a summer breeze. "The seedling awakens." Ash stumbled back, alarmed, but roots gently wrapped around his ankles, holding him in place. "Who? What are you?" he gasped. Ravenna's laugh was like silver bells. "I am like you, child of the earth, one who hears the whispers of nature and feels the pulse of magic in her veins. I lead the circle of the hidden grove, the last sanctuary for those gifted with the old powers." As Ravenna spoke, other figures emerged from the forest, men and women of all ages, each bearing the mark of nature's touch. Some had flowers blooming in their hair, others seemed to shimmer with an inner light that mimicked the dappled sunlight through leaves. "But magic is forbidden," Ash protested weakly, even as hope began to spark in his chest. "By those who fear what they cannot control," Ravenna replied, her eyes flashing. "But the time of hiding is coming to an end. There is a prophecy, young Ash, of the return of the Green Mage One, who will restore the balance between nature and civilization and awaken the slumbering magic of the shattered lands." Ash's mind whirled with the implications. "And you think I'm this Green Mage?" Ravenna smiled enigmatically. "That remains to be seen, but your power is undeniable, and the land itself guided you to us. Will you join us, Ash Thornwhisper? Will you learn to harness your gift and help us reclaim the heritage that was stolen from our people?" Looking into the faces of these secret keepers of magic, Ash felt a sense of belonging he'd never known before. With a deep breath, he nodded, accepting his new path. The hidden grove became Ash's home and school. Under Ravenna's tutelage, he learned to channel his power, coaxing plants to grow, heal, and even defend. He discovered the ancient lore of herbal magic, the secret language of trees, and the delicate balance that connected all living things. But even as Ash's powers grew, so did the threat from the outside world. The witch hunters' activities intensified. Villages were raised on mere suspicion of harboring magic users, and whispers spread of a fearsome figure known as the Lord Inquisitor, whose fanatical hatred of magic knew no bound. It was during a midnight gathering of the Circle that disaster struck. As Ash and his fellow acolytes danced in a moonlit glade, channeling the energy of the forest, the air was rent by screams and the clash of steel. Witch hunters poured from the trees, their torches setting the ancient woods ablaze. In the chaos that followed, Ash found himself separated from the others. He ran blindly through the burning forest, the smoke stinging his eyes and choking his lungs. Behind him, he could hear the agonized cries of his friends and mentors as they fell to the hunter's blades. Just as hope seemed lost, a gnarled hand grabbed Ash's arm, pulling him into a hidden hollow beneath the roots of a massive oak. It was old Rowan, the eldest of the Circle, his beard singed and eyes wild with fear and determination. The prophecy, he wheezed, pressing an ancient, leaf-bound tome into Ash's hands. You must fulfill it. Seek the heart of the forest. Only there can the green mage truly awaken. Before Ash could respond, old Rowan pushed him through a secret passage, sealing it behind him with a final burst of magic. Ash found himself sliding down an earthen tunnel, emerging miles away from the burning grove, the screams of his friends still echoing in his ears. For days, Ash wandered in a daze, grief and guilt warring in his heart. The book old Rowan had given him remained unopened, a painful reminder of all he had lost. It was only when he reached the edges of the Whispering Wilds, a vast and ancient forest that few dared to enter, that Ash finally gathered the courage to face his destiny. As he opened the tome, words written in shimmering green script began to glow. When the land cries out in pain and magic sleeps in shame, the green mage shall arise, with nature's power in their eyes. Seek the heart of the forest old, where secrets of the earth are told. Unite the fragments, heal the rift, into the world. Give magic's gift with renewed purpose. Ash plunged into the depths of the Whispering Wilds. The forest seemed to recognize him, bowing branches to clear his path and offering fruits to sustain him. But it also tested him, presenting challenges that pushed his newfound abilities to their limits. He faced carnivorous plants that nearly swallowed him whole, navigated treacherous bogs that whispered seductive lies, and stood firm against illusions that threatened to drive him mad. With each trial, Ash's connection to the natural world grew stronger, his power more refined. As he delved deeper into the heart of the forest, Ash began to understand the true nature of the Green Mage's role. It wasn't just about wielding magic, but about restoring balance between nature and civilization, between the seen and unseen worlds. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of wandering, Ash reached a glade bathed in ethereal light. At its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wider than a house, its branches reaching to the very heavens. This was the heart of the forest, the source of all natural magic in the shattered lands. As Ash approached, the tree's bark shifted, revealing a face of timeless wisdom. Welcome, Seeker, it intoned, its voice like the creaking of ancient boughs. You who would be the Green Mage, are you prepared to bear the weight of the world's magic? Ash hesitated, the magnitude of the choice before him suddenly overwhelming. He thought of his simple life as a farmer, of the friends he'd lost, of the world that feared and hated magic. But he also remembered the wonder he'd felt when he first made a seed sprout with just a thought, the joy of running with the wind through sun-dappled forests. I am, he said finally, his voice firm with conviction. The great tree smiled, and a wave of emerald energy washed over Ash. He felt the pulse of every living thing in the shattered lands, from the mightiest oak to the smallest blade of grass. Knowledge of ancient magics flooded his mind, and he understood at last the full scope of his destiny. But even as this transformation took place, a cold dread settled in Ash's stomach. Through his newfound connection to the land, he sensed a great evil approaching, the Lord Inquisitor himself, leading an army to raise the Whispering Wilds and end the threat of magic once and for all. As Ash emerged from the heart of the forest, his eyes glowing with otherworldly power and plants sprouting in his footsteps, he knew that the real battle was just beginning. The fate of magic, of nature itself, rested on his shoulders. With a deep breath, the green mage stepped forward to meet his destiny, the whispers of every tree, flower, and blade of grass urging him on. The time had come to heal the rift, to awaken the slumbering magic of the shattered lands, and to show the world that the power of nature was not something to be feared, but embraced. The final confrontation loomed, a battle that would determine the fate of not just the shattered lands, but the very balance of the world itself. As Ash raised his hands, the forest rising up around him like a great living army, he sent out a silent prayer to the forces of nature. The age of hiding was over. The green mage had returned, and with him, promise of a world reborn. Story 7. In the heart of Verdantia, where the very essence of nature pulls through every leaf and stone, the great tree stood as a testament to the eternal cycle of life. Its branches reached towards the heavens, while its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting the realms of sky and soil. For millennia, this sacred arbor had maintained the delicate balance of the seasons, its magic flowing outward to nourish the four elemental kingdoms that surrounded it. But on this fateful day, as the first golden leaves of autumn began to fall, a shadow crept across the land. The air grew thick with an unnatural miasma, and the song of birds gave way to an eerie silence. In the tree's uppermost boughs, where the eternal bloom usually shimmered with vibrant life, petals began to wither and blacken. Iris, a young apprentice herbalist with eyes the color of spring leaves and hair like spun moonlight, felt the change deep in her bones. As she tended to her garden of medicinal plants on the outskirts of Verdantia's central grove, a chill wind carried whispers of distress from every blade of grass and trembling leaf. Dropping her pruning shears, Iris sprinted towards the great tree, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and determination. As she approached the massive trunk, she gasped in horror. Creeping tendrils of corruption snaked up from the ground, their inky blackness, stark contrast to the tree's silvery bark. "This cannot be," Iris whispered, reaching out to touch the tree. The moment her fingers made contact, a vision exploded behind her eyes. She saw the four elemental kingdoms and chaos rivers of fire-consuming lush forests, tornadoes tearing through mountain ranges, floods drowning sun-baked deserts, and earthquakes shattering icy tundras. At the center of it all stood a figure shrouded in shadow, its laugh echoing across the devastated landscape. As the vision faded, Iris found herself on her knees, tears streaming down her face. A soft glow emanated from the tree, coalescing into the ethereal form of the ancient forest goddess. Young Iris, the goddess spoke, her voice like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. The balance of nature hangs by a thread. A great evil seeks to corrupt the chalice of seasons, the source of our realm's harmony. You must undertake a perilous journey to restore what has been broken. Iris's eyes widened in disbelief. But I'm just an apprentice. Surely there are others more qualified. The goddess smiled sadly. It is your pure heart and deep connection to the natural world that make you the only one capable of this task. Seek out the four fragments of the chalice, hidden within the elemental kingdom. Only when they are reunited can the corruption be purged. Before Iris could protest further, the goddess began to fade. Beware the dream reaper, for it feeds on the hopes and fears of all living things. Trust in yourself, young one, and in the allies you will find along the way. As the last whisper of the goddess dissipated, Iris felt a weight settle upon her shoulders. She turned to find a weathered man standing at the edge of the clearing, his eyes holding depths of sorrow and wisdom beyond mortal years. "So," he said, his voice gravelly with disuse, "it seems the time has come at last." Iris straightened, instinctively sensing both danger and a potential ally in the stranger. "Who are you?" The man stepped forward, moonlight glinting off the silver streaks in his unkempt beard. "I am Rowan, once High Druid of Verdantia. Now, an exile seeking redemption for past mistakes." His eyes flickered to the corrupted tree. "It seems those mistakes have finally caught up with us all." Together, Iris and Rowan set out from Verdantia, the weight of their quest heavy upon them. Their first destination was the Kingdom of Eternal Flame, where summer reigned supreme and fire elementals danced among fields of ever-blooming sunflowers. As they journeyed, Rowan slowly revealed fragments of his past. He spoke of a time when he had been tempted by promises of even greater power, of rituals performed in secret that had weakened the barriers between realms. Though he had ultimately turned away from the dark path, the consequences of his actions had lingered, creating the vulnerability that now threatened all of Verdantia. Iris listened with a mixture of compassion and wariness, understanding the burden of guilt Rowan carried while remaining alert to any sign of lingering corruption within him. Their arrival in the Flame Kingdom was met with chaos. The once orderly fires now raged out of control, threatening to consume everything in their path. At the heart of the inferno stood the Summer Palace, a marvel of sculpted obsidian and shimmering heat mirages. It was here that they encountered Blaze, the brash young heir to the Flame Throne. Initially distrustful of the outsiders, Blaze's arrogance gave way to desperation as the fires grew ever more uncontrollable. Together, the unlikely trio battled their way through living infernos and fire elementals driven mad by the corruption. In a chamber deep within the palace, they found the first fragment of the chalice, a goblet of pure sunlight, its radiance dimmed by tendrils of shadow. As Iris reached for it, the air shimmered and distorted. A figure materialized before them, its form constantly shifting between nightmarish visages. The Dream Reaper, Rowan gasped, raising his gnarled staff in defense. The creature's laughter sent chills down their spines. Such delicious fear, it hissed. Such tantalizing hopes, ripe for the plucking. Tell me, little ones, what dreams shall I devour first? What followed was a battle unlike any Iris had imagined. The Dream Reaper attacked not with physical force, but by manifesting their deepest fears and most secret desires. Iris found herself lost in a vision of a withered, lifeless Verdantia, while Rowan faced phantoms of his past misdeeds. Blaze struggled against images of his kingdom reduced to ash, his people looking to him with accusation and despair. It was Iris who finally broke free, her connection to the natural world anchoring her against the Reaper's illusions. With a cry that echoed with the power of new growth and renewal, she shattered the visions, allowing Rowan and Blaze to break free as well. United, they drove back the Dream Reaper, their combined will proving too strong for its corrupting influence. As it retreated, howling in fury, Iris claimed the first fragment of the chalice. The journey to collect the remaining fragments proved no less perilous. In the windswept peaks, home of autumn's gusts, they aided the reclusive air nymphs in calming tornadoes that threatened to tear the very mountains asunder. The fragment of air, a swirling vortex contained within crystal, joined their collection. The frost-holed tundra, winter's domain, presented challenges of bitter cold and treacherous ice. Here, they enlisted the help of Glacia, an ice sculptor with the ability to shape blizzards with her will. The frozen tear of a long-dead god, the winter fragment pulsed with barely contained power as it was added to their growing collection. Finally, they ventured into the depths of the verdant glades, spring's lush paradise now overgrown and wild. Entangled in sentient vines and pursued by carnivorous plants, they reached the heart of the forest. The spring fragment, a seed that hummed with the promise of new life, completed their set. With all four fragments in hand, Iris and her companions raced back to the great tree. The corruption had spread further, its tendrils now reaching halfway up the massive trunk. The elemental kingdoms themselves seemed to be collapsing, their borders blurring as seasons clashed in chaotic displays of nature's fury. As they approached the tree, the Dream Reaper materialized once more, its form now a swirling vortex of nightmares given flesh. "You are too late," it crowed. "The balance is already broken. Soon, all will be consumed by eternal nightmare." Iris stood firm, the fragments of the chalice glowing with increasing intensity in her grasp. "You're wrong," she declared, her voice ringing with newfound authority. "As long as there is life, there is hope. And hope is something you can never truly destroy." With a gesture of defiance, Iris brought the fragments together. There was a flash of blinding light, and the chalice of seasons reformed in her hands, its surface shimmering with the essence of all for seasons in perfect harmony. The Dream Reaper howled in anguish as Iris raised the chalice high. A wave of pure, restorative energy pulsed outward, washing away the corruption in its path. The great tree shuddered, and then burst into glorious bloom, its leaves showcasing the colors of all seasons simultaneously. As the Dream Reaper dissolved into mist, Iris felt the presence of the forest goddess once more. "Well done, young one," the deity's voice echoed. "You have restored the balance and proven yourself a true guardian of Verdantia in the days that followed. As the elemental kingdoms settled back into their natural rhythms, Iris found herself changed by her journey. No longer just an apprentice, she had become a symbol of hope and renewal for all of Verdantia. Rowan, finding a measure of redemption in their shared quest, took up the mantle of advisor, his hard-won wisdom tempering Iris's youthful idealism. Lays, Glacia, and the other allies they had made along the way became ambassadors for their respective realms, fostering a new era of cooperation between the seasons. And at the heart of it all stood the great tree, its eternal bloom now a testament to the unbreakable cycle of life and the power of balance. Iris, cradling the chalice of seasons, looked out over the flourishing land and smiled, knowing that whatever challenges the future might hold, the spirit of Verdantia would endure, as constant and ever-changing as the seasons themselves. Story 8. In the twilight realm of Ethoria, where crystal spires pierced the ever-shifting aurora sky, the once benevolent King Aldrich sat upon his throne of twilight opals, his eyes gleaming with a malevolence that chilled the hearts of all who beheld him. The grand halls of Castle Lumina, once filled with laughter and music, now echoed with whispers of fear and the clanking chains of those who dared oppose the king's increasingly cruel edicts. Princess Elawan, her silver hair cascading like starlight, stood hidden behind a tapestry of ancient battles, her heart breaking as she watched her father, once kind and just, sentence yet another innocent to the dungeons. The change had come swiftly, mere days after the king had returned from an expedition to the Whispering Caverns, a place of ancient magic and forgotten lore. As the throne room emptied, Elawan slipped from her hiding place, her footsteps silent on the moonstone floors. She approached her father, hope warring with trepidation in her heart. "Father," she began, her voice soft as a nightingale's song, "please, this isn't you." Something dark has taken hold. King Aldrich's head snapped toward her, his eyes flashing with an otherworldly gleam. "Silence, foolish girl," he roared, rising from his throne with unnatural speed. "You know nothing of power, of the greatness that awaits this kingdom under my rule." As he advanced on her, Elawan caught a glimpse of something beneath the collar of his robes, a pulsing, violet mark that seemed to writhe on his skin. In that moment, she knew with certainty that her real father was trapped, enslaved by an ancient curse. Without thinking, Elawan fled the throne room, her mind racing. There was only one hope: the royal family's most closely guarded secret, passed down through generations. Hidden deep within the castle's labyrinthine library lay the Grimoire of Starlight, a book of powerful and forbidden magic. As she raced through the twisting corridors, the very stones of the castle seemed to shift to aid her flight, ancient magic responding to her desperate need. Behind her, she could hear the shouts of guards and the thunderous voice of the king demanding her capture. Breathless, Elawan burst into the library, startling the ancient keeper from his slumber. "The grimoire," she gasped. "I need it now." Recognition flashed in the old man's rheumy eyes, and without a word, he pressed a hidden lever. A section of bookshelf swung open, revealing a chamber bathed in soft, silvery light. At its center, floating above a pedestal of pure moonstone, hovered the Grimoire of Starlight, its cover shimmering with constellations that moved and shifted as if alive. With trembling hands, Elawan grasped the book, feeling a surge of power course through her veins. The library doors burst open, guards pouring in with swords drawn. "Protect her," the keeper cried, and suddenly the very books themselves took flight, swirling around Elawan in a protective cyclone of parchment and leather. In the chaos, Elawan spotted a window and, clutching the grimoire to her chest, leapt without hesitation. As she fell, wind whipping through her hair, she whispered a desperate plea to the magic thrumming within the book. Miraculously, her descent slowed, and she landed softly in the castle garden. With no time to marvel at her escape, Elawan ran, slipping through a hidden postern gate and into the mist-shrouded forests beyond. She ran until her lungs burned and her legs trembled, the sounds of pursuit fading behind her. As dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Elawan found herself in a clearing she had never seen before. At its center stood a crumbling stone circle, ancient runes carved into each weathered monolith. Exhausted, she sank to the ground, the grimoire falling open beside her. As if guided by an unseen hand, pages turned, settling on an illustration of a man wreathed in shadow, a pulsing violet mark on his neck. The text spoke of an ancient curse, the shadow blight capable of corrupting even the purest heart. Only the light of the celestial forge, hidden in the heart of the Avernite forest, could break its hold. Elauen's heart sank. The Avernite forest was a place of legend, said to be guarded by immortal elves who allowed no mortal to pass. But she knew she had no choice. To save her father and the kingdom, she would brave any danger. As she rose, steeling herself for the journey ahead, a twig snapped behind her. Elauen whirled, hands raised in a defensive stance she barely knew how to hold. From the shadows emerged a figure in a tattered cloak, hood pulled low over his face. "Who goes there?" Elauen demanded, her voice stronger than she felt. The figure pushed back his hood, revealing a face both handsome and careworn, with eyes that held depths of sorrow and wisdom beyond his apparent years. "I am Zephyr," he said, his voice like wind through autumn leaves. "Once court mage of Ethoria, now branded traitor by the king I failed to protect." Elauen's eyes widened in recognition. She remembered Zephyr from her childhood, always kind, always with a magical trick to delight her. He had vanished years ago, amid whispers of treason and dark magic. "You?" she gasped. But they said Zephyr's laugh was bitter. "They said many things, princess, but the truth is far darker. I sensed the curse taking hold of your father, and in trying to stop it, I was branded a traitor and exiled." Elauen studied him, weighing truth against legend. Finally, she made her decision. "I seek the celestial forge in the Avernite forest. Will you help me, Zephyr? For the sake of the king you once served." A spark of hope ignited in Zephyr's eyes. "The celestial forge? Yes, yes, that might work. But the journey will be perilous beyond imagining." And so began an odyssey that would become legend. Princess Elauen, the determined heir to a corrupted throne, and Zephyr, the disgraced mage seeking redemption, set out across the breathtaking and treacherous landscapes of Ethoria. They traversed the shifting sands, where dunes moved like waves and mirages whispered seductive lies. They scaled the frost-peaked mountains, where ice dragons slumbered in crystalline caves. In the swamps of sorrow, they faced their deepest fears given form by the mist, emerging stronger and more united. All the while, Elauen studied the grimoire, its secrets slowly unfurling before her. With each passing day, her power grew. Flowers bloomed in her footsteps, and animals emerged from the wilderness to offer aid. Zephyr watched in awe as the princess he had known blossomed into a sorceress of formidable skill. But as Elauen's power waxed, so too did the darkness spreading across Ethoria. Villages they passed through spoke of the king's cruelty, of a shadow falling across the land. Elauen's heart ached, knowing that with each passing day, more of her true father was lost to the curse. Finally, after weeks of travel, they reached the borders of the Avernite forest. True to its name, the woods were shrouded in eternal twilight, the trees so ancient and massive that their canopies blotted out the sky. As they stepped beneath the eaves, a shimmering barrier flickered before them. From the shadows emerged figures of ethereal beauty, the elves of legend, their eyes filled with starlight and their movements as fluid as water. Their leader, a being of such radiance that it hurt to look upon him directly, addressed the travelers. "Mortals," he intoned, his voice like the harmony of 1,000 wind chimes, "you trespass in a realm beyond your understanding. Turn back, or face the consequences of your folly." Elauen stepped forward, the grimoire pulsing with power in her hands. "Noble guardians," she said, her voice ringing with authority beyond her years, "we seek the celestial forge to break a curse that threatens not just our kingdom, but the balance of the world itself." The elven leader's eyes narrowed, focusing on the book in Elauen's hands. "The grimoire of starlight," he breathed, "not seen in mortal hands for 1,000 years. Perhaps you are the ones foretold." After a tense moment, the barrier shimmered and fell. "You may pass," the elf said, "but be warned the tests that await you will challenge not just your power, but the very essence of who you are. And so Alaun and Zephyr entered the Avernite forest, a realm of wonder and terror beyond their wildest imaginings. They faced trials that pushed them to their limits, riddles that bent the fabric of reality, creatures of shadow that fed on doubt and fear, and temptations that promised their heart's deepest desires. Through it all, their bond deepened. Zephyr's guilt over his perceived failure transformed into a fierce determination to see their quest through. Alaun's regal composure cracked, revealing a vulnerability and strength that inspired all who beheld her. At last, they reached the heart of the forest. There, in a glade lit by stars that shone despite the thick canopy above, stood the celestial forge, a wellspring of pure creation, the source from which all magic in Ethoria flowed. As Alaun approached, the grimoire blazing with power in her hands, a final challenge arose. The curse that gripped her father materialized before her, a writhing shadow that took the form of all her doubts and fears. "You are not worthy," it hissed, its voice an echo of her father's. "You will fail, and the kingdom will fall into eternal darkness." For a moment, Alaun faltered, but then she felt Zephyr's hand on her shoulder, lending her strength. She thought of her father, of the kingdom suffering under the curse's grip, of all they had endured to reach this point. With a cry that shook the very foundations of the forest, Alaun thrust the grimoire into the heart of the celestial forge. Light exploded outward, a wave of pure creation that washed over the shadow, dissolving it like mist before the dawn. In that moment of transformation, Alaun saw visions of Ethoria restored, of her father freed from the curse's grip, of a future bright with possibility. As the light faded, she found herself back in the glade, Zephyr at her side, the grimoire now inscribed with new spells of healing and renewal. Their quest complete, Alaun and Zephyr began the journey home, knowing that the real work of healing their land was just beginning. But with the power of the celestial forge flowing through her veins, and the wisdom of the grimoire to guide her, Alaun knew that the dawn of a new age for Ethoria was at hand. And as they emerged from the Avernite forest, the first rays of a sun long hidden broke through the clouds, heralding the return of the rightful princess and the redemption of a kingdom long lost to shadow.